All right. So something really fucking funny I saw. I was looking at my VODs and I saw that stream yesterday. Ugh. Stream yesterday got fucking hit with a copyright. Copyright. Because of the fucking Limbus title screen music. Because it's In Hell We Lament, but, it doesn't actually play In Hell We Lament, it just plays the instrumental. I sang it a little bit. I was like, forget if you wanted me to live, if you want me to forget, if you want me to pretend like we're civilized humans. And it's like, bro, that's crazy. I love it when my game title screen gets my video demonetized. It's so silly to me. It's so silly to me. But what's up, guys? What's up? What's up, Faf? What's up, Snake? What's up, Mike? Not strike, just a copyright on it. Just say, hey, you played this copyrighted thing. Not a strike, not a strike. I doubt Millie would really strike anybody. Ah, I know who you are. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the photo I held up for her, and she gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Canary 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. Those coworkers, I assumed they were wearing the same uniform. Asking a question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one, too. I guess it's the Canary uniform. Or that's probably Canary. I don't know. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at that Canary should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right. But it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me a pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that... The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin, round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in a docu-graph of the building of my choice. Of my choice. He docu-graphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docu-graph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way, I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put a finger on it, but there's a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young result. Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels, to pluck all semblance of reason from one's candidates? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of the several markets. The reason I didn't do my mirror dungeon is because I'm trying to beat the Nurse Fathers on the new railway. I gotcha. I'll be honest, I did one run of that, did not enjoy it, and so I haven't gone back to it since. I found that I enjoy this game a lot more whenever I do content I actually enjoy. And I'll probably come back to that railway soon, maybe when I get more units. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream that the hearts may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. Yeah, it differs from pursuing a dream. Hmm? Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense simulation through altered memories. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stage of the canary's production line is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the uses of experience in her previous statement must have also been amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the can experience are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of the cans interpret them as authentic experience and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns in that the canned experience allows one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forced dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the users may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hand. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth, verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? If the resultant dream rouses not the spirit to gallop towards it, whether it annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? We already bought a bunch of bread, dickhead. You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf of bread after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered here, a passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelves already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Fucking fat ass. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off some other customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice buns for me, please. This guy. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in a puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame bun from the baker's hand and chomp it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! God. Ezra Angerfist drove straight to Kim's solar plex, folding him into the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get out of here while we can. Manager, Result approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instructions. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or any light source as it reverses the film. As is a reversal of film, the image should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. No, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it up, move it a bit. Let me look too. It was hard to make out the details, but the image were too small. But I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Hold it to the song for Myrrh, huh? What? Hey, wait, what does that mean? Is there something I'm missing? Is this the same person in every shot in the same pose in all of them? Huh? You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip goes, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting at the tiny frames when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff, like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained from his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of the stack of notes for a thick book in the exact same spot on every single page, and you start with the arm. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arm higher up until they're all raised. Until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the page fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images, and the still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that that video footage we watched are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frames suggests that the film strip is highly likely to be a constitute footage, a violation of in-corpse taboo. Taboo. Oh crap. As soon as I registered Mersault's words, my hands reflectively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken the taboo. My mind began to race rapidly. We're traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed the window in K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended being not that big a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners. But some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? Hurriedly turned towards the center, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. We'll be fine. Incorp's not gonna kill you on the spot for just possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Incorp's dudes get here, pick it up and just comply with their commands. Thank them for their service and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Huh? Because I have developed the contents of that film in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. But really? But Team Leader said that Incorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. If the footage, images, quality, or frame rate is within Incorp's within regulation, Incorp won't be seeking to fix it on our bus right away. And they could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulation entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about a photo slideshow. They only show you one photo every blah, blah, blah. They only show you one photo every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate the taboo. Then let us analyze the film and see how vivid it really is. Result. I trust you are knowledgeable in the subject concerning Incorp. Yes, cooperate. Could this film roll considered a violation of taboo? I'll just pick up the film roll on the ground and showed it to Marcel. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with the adjacent. Without waiting for Marcel to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it to the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. Film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed that the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Then an experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mirror collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Yo, what up, Raven? Appreciate the check-in. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here? The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. I'm chill today. We're finishing off this intervallo. Hopefully we're finishing off this intervallo, and then we're gonna play some Minecraft. That's what I've decided I'm doing with my day. Doing a stream today. What about you? How are you doing? Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory. But I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the window still. See how it's noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their crafts for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of the film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like the footage that violates the taboo. You okay? Went to the doc yesterday and got stuff you needed to talk about done. Playing some Minecraft. Hell yeah. That's good to hear. In which case, this film roll does not violate the nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wings taboo. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble to just test Incorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this is the taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to a career available in backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might actually get transferred to a factory job in the nest. That gives you pretty okay chance at a better life, okay? Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than just living the rest of your life in a 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just liked to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. Yeah, poor Ishmael got on the boat for exactly the same reason she said, One thrilling shot through this camera, and another. One thrilling shot through this camera, and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage. Cool. Then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part. Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreet to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwillingly came across the projection? Right, right on. It made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone? So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? Asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going on around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seems like most of them turned him down, but they also said he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on the projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo in court to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any in their sane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet Blokers down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So how did we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pin frame team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh ho. Well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what with what we're looking for. So they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, an architecture convention. There would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention's avenue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence, please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at, huh? Perhaps you could answer the series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Okay, let's see, what does it say? I see Incorp class staff. Bleed Trimmer. Select intelligence gathering on an enemy, heal 10 SP. Triggering Tremor Burst, raise target stagger threshold. Against Pinning Nail. When using skill of identical rank to the skill photographed, clash power -5. So that must be a red coin skill then, right? In frame subject, yeah. And clash against target with intelligence gathering. Oh, wait, is Kim fighting with us? It doesn't look like it. Looks like Kim got away again. Oh, is this unclashable? Or is Angdu unclashable? So they're attacking each other. Oh, no. This guy's attacking Angdu. Okay, everybody's covered then, right? Yeah, so let's kill this guy in the back here. Boom. Bop.
효율적인 대처로 길들을 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말을 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Yeah, he's almost dead. Nice. Oh. Losing the clash, I see. Oh, that's so cool. I hope we get those guys. Yeah, Kim is a negative coin unit. I did not know that. So we can't use Wrath on that guy now. Whoop their ass, Ezra. Okay. Yeah, so I can't use Yield My Flesh now. And for you, I can't use... Well, you wouldn't even be using the same skill anyway, because you've already transformed. His speed is 6. So... Actually, they're all countering, so let's just wipe this guy off the planet. He has insurance, right? They can put him back together. There we go. We blade that guy. I love how Ezra just smiles whenever she's fighting. It's kind of cute. Never gonna hit them coin flips, I see. We're in space. Thank you. Gosh. I was worried that she was just gonna fucking fail all of that.
생체 반응이 끊어진 객체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요. 당신 짝 해보니? 대행 완료. 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든. 목을 떨궈주마.
Here we go.
좋아. 코이 코이. 나가리판이네. 다음.
Really, I still don't know how to use that fucking Ishmael. Can I be so for real? I might switch it up and do burn bleed. By that I mean swapping Ricardo and Ishmael. Swapping Ricardo and Ishmael. Unlock the wheel. Doc, I love that they added the subtitles, by the way. This right here is so cool. I love that they did that. So now I can like no longer wonder what my units are talking about. I can just enjoy what they're talking about.
적에게 치명상을 입었군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
Good job, team. Nice job, team.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인 또한 감히 나리에
Oh shit, chat. It's time for a pull. I want the ego and I want the Ishmael. I want both of them. I'm greedy. Damn, I got nothing, chat. How am I looking? How am I even looking on shards for them? Let's see. Fucking terrible, by the way. I'm looking fucking terrible on shards. I can get them though. And I'm gonna have to grind Mirror Dungeon also soon because I'm gonna need a lot. When I say a lot, I mean a lot. Oh, yeah, I want to get the Hung Lu first too before I start getting the summoning tickets. Cause like I'm be honest, I'm historically bad at grinding these events. Fuck it. Let's go again. That sucks. Let's switch up the vibe. Put you in. So this guy, if I remember correctly, he does poison king, but he can also inflict bleed too. He can inflict bleed and burn as well, so he'll be fine on the team. You're coming on the team just because, even if I shouldn't. Well, him just being in the back row should be enough too. Kinda wish I had the stuff to uptie this Otis. Cause having her burn bleed, having her for the team would be good too. Right, I forgot I did this. Bleed sinking, so I'll go ahead and just take you because you do bleed in general.
내 작품 또 보고 싶었나 봐.
부름이라면 기쁜 군주가 어디서 허점에 두지.
I gotta check everybody's ego real quick. Okay, we're good. There we go. My shard the House of Spiders Otis. I mean, if you like using any House of Spider units, you probably should shard all of them.
고조사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는
Okay, let's see. You're fighting her, and you're fighting Ezra.
생각해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
He needs help, so. There we go.
이거 공감 맞지? 필살 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
I recommend it if you really want them. That's what I did. I sharded her.
이 순간이 다 되어 내리라.
I really need to work on leveling all my House of Spider units, to be honest with you.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
I always dreamed of having a Otis in the middle. And here we go. I got one.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다.
Check this out, kiddo. Reduced by 1 when this unit is hit by 2 skills. Who are you going after? You're going after Ryoshu. Bad idea, genuinely. Who are you going after? You're attacking Heathcliff.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Not only do I want her because she's a badass, I want her because also because I want to try and do a middle additional run with all the middle Yugos. I think that's a great idea. I support your Moxie there. Dog, you have one job. What the fuck?
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이
Hell yeah, let's see what it say.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고
I got praised.
말씀드렸죠.
Reduce by 1 whenever hit by 2 skills. Blunt damage up. Nice. They're having so much fun. I might do another Ryoshu solo. What are you looking at? Like on Poise. You need more. I like how Ryoshu solos aren't really solos, by the way. Because technically you go in with the whole Nurse Father team, you just kill them one by one. Hopeless? Well, let's fix that. Well, I can't fix that.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지 너무 유쾌하게. 그대는 선택받았습니다. 단단히 포기하지 마시게.
Funny enough, so Ryoshu is supposed to prioritize Sinclair last, and I had a run where Ryoshu killed Sinclair before she killed Yisong, and I was like, what?
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이
So wait, so does he not get that from those two? Hold on, let's see. The middle faction allies that have defense skills equipped take 20% less damage for unopposed attack from this for this turn. Okay, and how do I build stacks of that? Yeah, I just think it. I genuinely just think it's funny, honestly.
불길한 소리. 예감이 좋지 않다. 경계를 늦추지 말도록.
Where are you going after, Ezra? Bro, Angdu is just getting her ass beat over there. Good gracious. That's it, Ezra. I mean, Angdu is getting her ass beat, especially with the little feature that allows you to use different appearances.
이게 다인가?
Oh, yeah, it's so funny. Facades are so funny in this game.
Adieu. 대전.
그렇다. 바로 그거다 딸렘.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇기만 해. 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
Envy.
재밌겠는데? 장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군.
쳐다보긴 우리는 무슨 일 나가.
그쯤
Time to unpack.
포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
Bah. And he counts for himself too, so he gets that's so cool. Nice.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸렘.
Oh, I didn't even notice that there were. Oh wait, no, it was a counter.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
There's so much shit happening over here.
죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
All right, Furioso time. I didn't get to do complete and total annihilation, but that's okay.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어. 선택받았어.
재밌네. 난 너희가
딸아이도 이
좀 더
상처를
어설플
기억하고
거라고
있으면
생각했거든.
Hell yeah. Oh, so cool. He's so cool.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가? 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인가?
I don't know if I'm busy. I'm just doing Mirror Down to Green Tea. Oh, you're fine, Doc. You have to force yourself to talk. You can just vibe. Don't you have envy in your kit? Yes, you do. Right, you. Yo, thank you for the hydrate, Raven. I actually don't have a drink, so let me go ahead and grab one real quick. Are with me. All right. Probably think about anything. I haven't eaten any. Oh wait. The fucking mic is cutting my voice out. That's so annoying. I haven't eaten anything today, so I should probably think about getting some food. It's funny what this mic decides that it's too much noise and what's too little noise. How much is it cutting me out right now, chat? I'm curious. You don't have it. Oh yeah, you do have an MD. Yo, same food, and the mic somewhat cuts me out. Okay. Seashells on the seashore, but the value of those shells will fall due to the law of supply and demand. The butter won't buy shells because there's loads on the sand. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mikey Mike. Mikey check. Mikey check 1 2. Mikey check 1 2. I don't know. I don't know why it decides that the gate needs to close. He's so picky.
대상 확인해.
왔군.
녹슨 총에 날카롭지 않은 화살초.
다시 내 작품.
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들 화점에 두지.
지령을 받았습니다.
부름이 군주가 나선다. 군주가 나선다. 부름이라면 기쁘게 나서지요.
지령을 받았습니다.
화점에
대원하겠습니다.
There we go.
착수.
It's usually very short. Okay. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. There we go. What a waste of time. Phew. Well, at least there are not much fighters one-on-one. A service desk class is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking photos of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for? What are they snapping away for, Zen? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in a report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see, I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence. But as though by some chance or whim, Mersault. I was struck by the sense of a brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak to him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but Aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was a deflating, concise, and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay. But I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere. So, I said, Kurt, sure if you say so. I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered on the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. He spoke. Okay. I'm gonna be right back, chat. All right, I'm back, chat. I had to go take care of something. Oh, so Raven, you said you're playing Minecraft. Are you playing any specific pack? I'm currently mainly playing one you made that has their Origins mod and a horror mod. Ooh, what horror mod? Does it have the boiled one in there? The boiled one has become a love, a fucking love of mine. My boiled ones will eventually find you. No, they're like when we had these. You mainly play the psychological horror mods? Oh. Oh, so like oh shit, what's it called? I'm blanking on the name of it, but there's one I had in mind. Does it have a Shadow Man? No. Not that I know of. It has a bunch of dimensions though. Okay. Got my food ordered. Sorry it took so long, chat. Wonderland.jar? Yes, that's the one I was thinking about. Yeah, you know exactly what I was talking about. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Did you point to an object or an enemy? I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you required such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? You have seen people play it, but haven't played it yourself yet? It's from what I saw, it's really good. I suppose that's not up to me to be the judge as, well, manager. Yeah. Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over here. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battle's enemies who arrived precisely at the time Result had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Incorp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're ones from the subsequent reports. In-court fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking? Sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent the taboo hunters here instead. Or do you think they told us to consume canned experiences containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir and some kind of machinery. And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the room, of the Chevy room, was a device. I wasn't sure if I had seen it before. Its exterior was plastered with a strange shape that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinook's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shield your eyes. The moment it began to emit a ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video as Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could consult in a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as the panic began creeping into the voices of the several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorical speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Angdu. What's wrong with everybody? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who catches a split second of a recorded video on Incorp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Incorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the wall. And this was his message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in absence of fools? The hollowed vessel bereft of all but lingers delusions. Grant not even a broll of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Plain. Without even so much as turning around, Bumble had a cam raise his sword and parried away the Incorp's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to see that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experiences without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentence over and over again. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away Incorp's employees' attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe on the strain. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. I truly did, but disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflection of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion in a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable, rude as hell. As some might say, my poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. In a split second, I think I saw Mersault's brow twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response and sensing imminent battle, perhaps. Pops. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came to view was the particular unsettling land of escort, followed by a bamboo-headed camp surrounded by a small army of Chinooks. Mentor, keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Angdu. Isn't it about time we grew accustomed to such a sight? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything was dark. I don't understand. What's happening? But first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get back to our mission, get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that is its mechanism. Moused? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what deserves your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before the day's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the other. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of Chinooks. This time, they were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was all just as tall. Dead armor and a great Huandao of Sai of the South Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow, drew a bow hung from his waist guard, and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Mwap, yo, how do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrow loosing seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that ear-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinooks began to swarm us. So is Kim with us this time, or is it Kim just not participating in this fight too? Interesting. A flash phenomenon. Gyung, yo. I cannot pronounce this. Lord play of the homeland. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, bang bang's not enough right here. There we go. Fire guard. This right here needs to be blocked. Unclashable. Wait. Unclashable with assist units. Prioritize the centers. I wish I had a tremor. I had tremor units, because then I could better support Bread Girl Ezra. Yeah, I expected this to happen.
앞을 밝히자. 후회할 것이 잘 보이다.
Bang and bang. Absolute. Yeah, they didn't clear her thing because yeah. Okay. This guy. So this guy's the big issue here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, you only do tremor, and you specifically do poison bleed. Oh, prescript, how you treat me poorly. Hmm. He countered her. That's unfortunate. There we go, chat. So, one thing I've been really surprised about is there just hasn't been a single bamboo-headed Kim fighting with us. But we got Engdu and Ezra fighting with us. And it's obvious that bamboo-headed Kim is fighting in this situation. Okay, cool. There we go. Now we can focus on the big guy. What's your next prescript say? Hit a target marked. What about you? Hit a target marked. Okay. There we go.
예측할 수 없게. 대전.
Oh. There we go. Well, can't hit the target mark now. There we go. Bop, bop.
임파스터.
So now we get to see who we're actually fighting. Yeah. There we go. I feel bad for Incorp here because they just don't have the full picture. And so they're just fighting a losing battle, period.
당신 짝패군요.
So most battles against Limbus Company is a losing battle unless you're like crazy strong. And they're both trying to do the same thing. That's why I'm like, damn, I feel bad for them.
재밌네.
태어난
난
곳은
너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
살고자 하는
Magnificent
모든
end.
것과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Bang, bang.
나비 교환.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
내가 안전하게 지켜줄
관리자님이
테니까.
제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠.
Is it gonna bang bang that guy? Should kill him.
신뢰라고
So no,
부르는
gotta do this.
긍정적인 변화네요.
Then everybody else focus on this guy. Actually, no, no. Let's do this. That'll definitely kill that guy, and then everybody else focus on the camera, not the camera, the projector. That's what it's called.
사고될 시간이다. 잔후에
이게 심장이. 잠깐 저리.
검지막 모드.
Oh, we're about to be done with this? I thought it was gonna take longer.
당신 짝패군요.
앞으로 하나.
Okay. No, of course not. How much HP did he even lose from that? Probably none. Develop memory sanity. Gain 1 fragile, deal 10% more damage and deal 15% more damage on critical hit. Panic. Gain 2 fragile, deal 10% and deal 30%. And double the effect afflicted by the coin bow of the homeland. Sal. Arrow loose skill. There we go. Somebody donating. Why can I only get favored on that one?
당신 짝패군요.
Oh, stories never cease. I should probably bust out the Dullahan. Yeah, I can easily do that, especially when all I need to do is just throw up 1 defense skill. All right, Furioso time also. Bro's about to get bang bang.
미래를 과거와 같이
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들으시는
Silent in form, poised to act. Opportunity lasted for an instant.
아, 이런. 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
There we go.
각오될 시간이다. 잔후에.
Let these hands. Yeah, that's what a 3 hit. That's okay.
살고자 하는
Oh, my food's almost here, chat, so I'm gonna have to go AFK for a second.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
삼코
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
I'm expecting some pretty decent numbers because this guy does have like 2 fragiles, I believe.
제한 종료.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다.
속삭.
제 예상은 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요. 새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮아.
God, how much? Oh, he doesn't have that much thinking actually.
나가란도 이 상태를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠고.
너희 구조 사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어.
Oh, this is bad.
너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
Okay, I'm right back, chat. All right, I'm back, chat. Let's fuck this guy up. I'm at a bad point though because most of my everything is like fucking hopeless against him right now. Right there, right there. Okay, I refuse to let Mr. Furioso die, so we're gonna do that.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Yeah, he's rolling 20 suddenly. We were whooping his ass and now he's fighting back. Hmm.
이 정도 시행착오는 가고 있어.
Hmm.
어차피 감정을 잠깐.
태어난 곳으로
They're finally out of the shield. So, something I've been thinking about is how the exposure stuff that they've been talking about sounds very much like brain dances.
좋을 대로 해. 죽음의 고통과 공포를 겪어.
From Cyberpunk.
어차피 내가 아니라 너희들이니까.
예측할 수 없게. 어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
I just think that's interesting.
앞으로 둘.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
임파스터.
What the fuck does impasto mean? Every time I hear it, all I think of like impasto. Like pesto. I might just be hungry.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
적에게 치명상을
운명적인 죽음일세.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 이미 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 쓰지 않아요.
Oh no, don't Furioso. We're gonna need Furioso for the boss in the next area.
삼코.
Yeah, this is where we need Furioso. Oh, come on. Okay. There we go. Offset that bitch.
방어될 시간이다. 잔후에
임파스터.
Oh. Just more, just a little more. I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but yeah. But it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a lot easier if we could just get rid of just one of them. That seems to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. Within that, we were up against an insurmountable foe. Not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us. But, hey, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Boy, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. For that, the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp. We simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Mgiapa, who was swinging that great blade with frightening speed. Besides, and dude, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that sudden spike in employee causalities in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, get me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain and trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead relying on sinners with possible more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there are any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements from N-Corp sitting after us. Second, will defeating Mgapa or destroying the projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Commander, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in a close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unprecedented variable in that strange machine that's making neutralizing even a single wave of the enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield, with a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least, Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of Fathoms, but how can I enter it without even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. In the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of distortion. Apparently, it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location-based distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes takes us, N-Corp or twisted caricatures of S-Corp, we're still within this range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon the entrance of the Dungeon of Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what's the keywords for the distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may perhaps experience maybe one of them. Yisun put in his 2 cents, having briefly retreated from vital to backlines. There is an undercurrent of possession with experience staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience, this concept alone lacks substance. It must be something like grounded. Something that is at once synonymous with experience. while maintaining the through line to in-court technology that was the core of his obsession. And experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright, then photograph canned experience. Not seems to transpire. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word back shook their distortion and caused rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to open a Dungeon of Fathoms. How many other keywords are there? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were taking turns sharing what we thought caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of like of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, but where scraps come from. See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Something even revealing secret and visible to the eye focused on elsewhere. Take our person of interest. To wit, he has been poking around the area of To wit, he has been poking around the area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow. So conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. He still added another facet to the long saga of a once driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstrap in a clear path towards the Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his identity, the man has lost grip of the fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain dripped through the roof, when mold, tepid humidity together encroached from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a single form, indistinguished from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurately to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space between us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a path to the distortion of phantoms. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. It's Ezra. This is what I had seen in the gateway to one's fathoms. Huh? This is it? Huh? Neat stuff. But before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of Fathoms, but Hung Lun, Gregor, and several others were busy holding off in-course employees. Yeah, they're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Yeah, probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we can travel through the pathway once it's open. So, yeah, let's not drive ourselves into a narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place, but be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rears. He was WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You are not some kid trying to you're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering the Dungeon of Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathom of the distortion and is gazing into. And what lies within must be very own. For that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah. Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learned the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer breaks comes to an end, ruining the last day of your summer vacation into an all-nighter. Rashiki Scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. Well, what was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I got a beer back, chat. Okay, back. Sorry about that. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out along with you guys. This was basically a monster of a week situation for team leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys could handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah well. Guess I'll just have to guess I have to trust our two Osiris to our two Osiris team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm getting pretty solid example as a team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs on my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really worried. Why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest. You needn't worry. God. Angdu is so funny. Angdu is so fucking funny. Here we go. Yep. I'm going to think. In fact, let me do this. I was hoping that somebody would have him up with his ego. I'm trying to get that ego too. Eat it. That's how everyone's been living. In my life, my photographs too. So this is Escort. So this is Escort 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are more much too hideous compared to what rests in my memory. Hideous was that. When we emerged from the distance of the dungeons into Escort streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escort themed haunted house. Sorry, haunted mansion was the word. This place hardly fits for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once suspected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by thousands of woes and tenfold more struggles. In the street they inhabit reflect that reality. Sometimes I had contemplated in consternation how the folks here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. The distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said. Perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. In the day when the skies were spotless blue, without order from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that thatched roofed house, and feel it wrestle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be the respite solely mine. Yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the Shogun. Beneath it, the wicked tunnel that I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head of my torso. He was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw house. Young up. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house, but not like a dog barking up the wrong tree? It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen today? To have such a odd occurrence transpire twice successive, the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a highly and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how lowly a mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jest. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Guillaume Op, the principal of the famed M family? You are certainly in habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with the epithet so grand as the principal. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise. For you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe maybe. Ishmael, you're literally friends with Heathcliff. Shut your own. True. Also, I like how fucking Hung Lu came out to speak immediately, by the way, because if you remember, Hung Lu pushed everybody's buttons whenever he was first said anything. True Hungler loves pushing buttons. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine. You have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha gotcha digging pun riddle. Holy fuck. Is Bamboo Headed Kim like me, Fast? Dude, is this how do you think this is how my friends see me constantly poking fun at them? Oh my gosh, that's funny. That's fun. Conspicuous silence, I see. Well, the world we live in is vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well. That she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut my head off. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would do, P. So I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumor of your sharp tongues do not do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a bamboo rain hat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sin of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of sword another way into the nest, and as the right state counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? Kim Lib. It's literally just Bamboo Headed Kim. Yeah. All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state counselor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful. It's painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo Headed Kim. Thank you. Haha. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all this way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two. 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue trapezing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free reign to continue trespassing up outside the line. I couldn't in good I couldn't in good conscience turn down such a offer of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps yet are Perhaps yet are such yaps not to be expected among a fellowship of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching them? Ah, I was engaged in an age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Ah, you speak of the game of Dukjion? Stay them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at passerbys. Fee on V. This is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of bone and flesh, in particular, found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the blood and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Huh? Oh, curious. Then is it right deed or a deed not right? Payal, Sal, whatever is it that thou art describing? It is well known that in S Corp it is also known by name. It is also known by its other name, Sal Pipyong. I'm not saying that. A wing specialized in general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depths of its responsibilities have necessitated such a division of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of industry: Sal, Pi, and Pyong, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and grain, Pyong responsible for meat and livestock, and Pi in charge of technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S Corp, you must have felt the persecution that you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S Corp. Bone, blood, and flesh. Agro Industries. Absolutely insane name. Yeah. Alas, the noble intention of yesteryear now lies sullied. The 30 now degraded to 3 quarreling band of profiteers, funded by avarice, relying on not honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of triangle. An adherent of flesh claims the position of the chief state counselor and monopolize rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of bone once a state counselor toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state counselor. When such shameful conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, if they please, anguish cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folks are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of emaciated dead. Fuck, holy shit. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? Yield my flesh to claim their bones. Holy fuck. An oft heard poem when walking the streets of S Corp. Ho, oh, ho. Then the people whom thou had targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh, yes. The counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw rocks at his feet to trip him down to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of a scurrying rats. Is there aught to you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those who those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their Scarlet O'Hara bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics, my men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in a dungeon teeming with the real vermin. So I was going to do just that. So when you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you are not the kind of person who will even let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Holy fuck, she's pretty. Yeah, he's basically tripping up like yeah, people with status. Yeah, basically people who are stealing um goods that are meant for other people who are like big wigs. Yeah. Return to the Shogun when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink. It stinks. Heh. He's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. The military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was the P faction. But still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than military commissioner of Escorp. Andrew's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties with a second order official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in service of the right state counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yeah. Yet you would like to know why, with such a powerful friend by my side, had I ended up in exile from Escort? Yes, your silence over the matter of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one. Introduce you with others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home for Escort. Availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my paths, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without a word. Interesting. We emerged in a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly to guide our path. Following the light led us a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust hollowed through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path do we go? I like the idea of the sword clashing path. Because how many people are fighting up there? We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle up ahead. The sinners are disconnected. All look disconcerted. No, fuck it, I'm not reading all that. I take it that it started working for you again, Faf? Fuck. I take Faust comes in after.
마침내
Okay. Eightful Blade Lineage Salsu. Interesting. Mm. I'm Sorgi Faf.
예측할 수 없게.
We're finally in win rate gaming land, chat.
해고 감도 증폭
Bop. Gosh, whenever I think about Heathcliff's voice, whenever he's in that form, I smile with glee.
앞을 밝히자.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
결정. 해보. 초월. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네. 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
꽃으로 잠들어.
적에게 신문선을 입혔구나. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
좋아.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피
운명적인
우리는
지진
앞으로
파스타.
나아가기만 할 뿐. 난 너희가 돌이킬 수 없어진
좀더
것은
어설플 거라고
눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
Oh, goodness. Oh, fuck. I didn't know it's Kim. Look at him. At level 81. Velosaur acupuncture. Yield my flesh. Overthrow to claim their bones.
당신 짝패불문.
Interesting.
어머니의 기쁨. 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not reading all that again. Sorry, we've never been here before either. Let's try to be helpful.
보았는가? 지령은 절대적이라네.
You know, when an allied identity gains assist defense. Interesting.
당신이 이 숲의 괴수로군.
So what? I don't think we're gonna get a new version of Kim because Kim seems to have the exact same moveset. It's just different animation.
이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술력과 제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
파고들 시간이다. 잔부에 태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
But if we do get a different bamboo hat of Kim, I wonder if it'll be Yi Song adjacent. Or will we just get it as get another one over Mersault?
임파스터. 직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님은 이 기회를
Be interesting because thinking about it, seeing the coat that he's wearing right reminds me of the Yi Song that we got for through registration.
수행상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
임파스터.
그댄 어디까지 각오했을지.
필연자 안목의 시간입니다. 절대적.
잠깐
Overthrow. Magnificent in.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져올
Blade Lineage LCD Limbus Company. I just had to look at this. Syndicate.
축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
Interesting. Kim doesn't have any lore written down in this stuff.
이 정도 시행착오는 가고 있어. 어차피 강제.
Yeah, they fucking her up over there.
잠깐. 그렇다고 무작정 맞으려는 말은 아니었는데.
What the fuck? That was annoying.
필연자.
Why is bro suddenly rolling such high coins?
좋아.
즉각적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 대개는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과합니다. 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Get a glimpse at a figure. I'm just clicking skip. Bastard. Oh, finally, more lore. No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I returned to this day. His face had dropped to same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor? I have been here before. Have you? Had a peek at my memories when I had destroyed it, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly, as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. His flippant demeanor and seemingly devil may care attitude. Devil may care. Yo, thank you for the posture check, Raven. Devil may care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, great state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gate and made its way into the front yard. Watch out, Ingdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which part belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing in the counselors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats those corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. The turn of phrase to describe someone who pretends to not be bothered by anything. Ah, I see. The wise Bamboo headed Kim calling them assassins. In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always as precarious as the candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of all those who had the guts to speak in truth S Corp, where a position of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on life is ironclad. Attention deficit disorder is kicking my ass. I'm sorry, chat. Sought to wield his own private. The most prominent among them was the left state counselor, with the chief state counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army, to silence forever those who would advocate against the corrupt private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to be a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiances to different individuals than the chief executive. But assassins there had been in the past, or at least were masked to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different. Though, with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with assassins, I recalled thinking it odd just how many of them had been sent. Though the left state counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king's, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate counselors at the royal court has been foolish. I can't fail you, counselor. There was simply too many of them, as though they had been decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchambers. The moment I heard them breaching the door, all strength left me. I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse for a bodyguard. I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on my will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seed of terror in the heart of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts for committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at least close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. Freak. What? Greetings, the honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. A cursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable right state counselor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state council. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, the anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contemptuous effort For an effrontery is an affront of only the royal court, but to the heaven of men alike. Revered left state council, who long been in disagreement with the right state council on the matter of state, found this offense to be heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lies sent to protect the noble counselor are slain, the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforced to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councilor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor, you might be looking at the right state counselor here, alive, right, well. My lord. The vile wretch leaned down next to me and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army of the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex of the blade of the homeland, nor are you the cloud blade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing of my plan with you constantly getting in the way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my way. The truth is, S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid waters. It was those like us who had steered the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state council. 1,000 curses upon the villain in his quest for the right state council. Like the butcherous men has already watered the ground with the S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of the most serene wing. That the charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the councilor's sworn guard, Kim. Heed us, O villain, Han Ho Bei, and let the O'Hara bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Yongyum, and with that brand of Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery of the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyung? I hadn't received the orders to behead you. If that is what you're asking, nor would it befit someone of my situation to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. Chancellor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. The industry is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stone placed on the 9-star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examination, I have the royal court backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honored principles. Some things can't be done without the bending of the rule or two, and you are needed. Escort's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rule I stand by. It's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Come with me. There was no hope left in S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? Well, we'll never win as long as we're playing their game. Listen, they might have 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's the smallest 3. I'll manage to keep my fingers on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help even? But wouldn't it help? Wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go now and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow and be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping. Oh, fuck. I did not mean to do that. But I'm just hoping that the current of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records for the word weren't stellar. The laying of the stones of my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating game after self-defeating move. When young Op had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing game. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid forms began to grow like wildfires. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leapt over the wall and approached us, like the projection of Ken's darkest fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes retain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요.
Interesting.
관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
Wait, I thought it was the Blade lineage that we're gonna be fighting. Why are we fighting Chinooks?
지령에 따라 참격.
Oh, oh. This is so interesting. Seeing more of Kim. And seeing what they couldn't show in Ruina, basically.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 필연적 절대적
앞을 밝히자. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록.
지령대로 움직였습니다. 개체가 다소 불리한 조건에 놓여 있습니다. 이
Okay, there we go.
노려보죠.
You're taken care of. Okay. I can do this. There we go.
해고 감도 증폭.
Oh, didn't expect him to die.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Yo, Luca with the raid. What's up? What's up, guys? What's up, Raiders? It's me, Soma. How you guys doing? Hold on, let me go ahead and stop this ad from happening real quick. Let me snooze this ad. What's up, Raiders? Shout outs to you, Luca. Appreciate the raid, homie. Appreciate the raid. If you got a raid to run, you know, understand. If not, I hope you guys hang out with me as we play some Limbus Company and then move on to Minecraft later time. What's up, Luca? What are you guys playing? What are y'all doing?
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
화면을 헷갈리지 마십시오. 식사할 장소는 이곳입니다. 표빈 연료를 채우고 가야 합니다. 예.
Go. Little that, a little that, and a little of that. There we go.
지령에 따라 참격.
We'll come back in a bit. You were playing Destiny 2? Oh, really? I thought Destiny 2 was into the servicing. Oh, hell yeah, dog. I hope you're having fun.
좋아. 코이코이. 지름대로 움직일 있었군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 지름대로
Oh, really? Huh?
잘해준답니다. 유익한 책이 또 하나.
Well, hey, that's still huge to hear. You getting your first Destiny experience? No, my homeboy PC loved Destiny. He's kind of sad that where it's at right now, but I'm glad that you're having fun with it.
세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을. 봤지? 내 터치가 살짝 들어간 것만으로도 때깔이 완전 달라져.
Hate that I have to do this whole thing without Ryoshu because Ryoshu flubbed all of our coin flips.
괴수로군. 안타깝게도 내 숲에 있는 이들은 이미 모두 죽었어. 할 수 있는 건 괴수를 죽이는 것뿐이지.
Okay, you're both taken care of. There we go.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Bang, bam, pow. Ugh, big damage.
필연적. 절대적. 아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다. 지름대로 움직이고 있었군요. 관리자님에게 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 당신 짝
Yeah, I'll get it. Luca, all good. I'll see you when you get back on me. Admittedly, I thought you were already AFK.
그래 잘했네. 그렇긴 하네.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이다.
개지령대로 함정 상을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
There we go. Let's go ahead and finish these guys off. There we go.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
어머니의 기쁨 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
All right, here we are, the boss.
이번에도 지령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
Like a prey backed against a cliff's edge, I am left bereft of path. A hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeons when contemplations harrow the hind. Indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place is and its enemies are projections of your mind. Not the hardest guess to make it, is it? I expect to find M. Gyung Pop in there. M. Gyung Pop was a woman of loyalty and principle. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspaper and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day, and nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in your past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Pop appear to as that monster does, my mentor? No. Young Gop wasn't like that. Young Gop, I still believe that deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted, and have it be a wing that cares about the common folk. Now, if I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplement the current escort. No, that's not what I'm talking about. You gotta go for now. All right, Raven. I appreciate you hanging out with me for as long as you did. Hope you have a good rest of your night or day, if it's day for you. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the current takes him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved fate. You well, Raven, you as well. And the river continues to wind. Oh, that's probably wind, actually. Carrying me back to S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principle. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of the river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Young Pop, second ordinate of the blood, blah, 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 official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command and serve the bud of rebellion before they propagate, and sever the blood of blah, 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 blah. Sever the buds of rebellion before propagate. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. There we go. Yeah, this feels like the kind of character that might not even get an identity, but if they do get an identity, it'll be like whenever this gets a hard mode. Interesting.
밝히자. 후회할 것이 잘 보인다.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Give him a 1-2 Faust.
지름대로 움직일 뿐이야. 초원 실용에게 불합리한 것은 없겠습니까?
Ooh, 6 in a row? Hell yeah. I appreciate your support, Luca. How's your NTE been going, Luca? I assume you've been keeping up with it, playing it every day. I haven't played it today, but you've been playing every day. Hell yeah. I haven't played it today either. I need to get back to it at some point.
이제 직접 느끼지 않지. 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Hey, she's already being offsetted by Kim, I assume. Yep. Hmm. That's not a good sign.
그대는 어디
Okay.
대행 완료. 정렬. 원색적으로.
We're making progress, but I have not noticed a big change in their health bar. Holy fuck.
매뉴얼을 만들어
They're just slowly chipping away at them.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
Let's see, what does it say? Eliminate all for next prescript. Eliminate all for next prescript. And yours probably says continue to get stacks. Yep, continue to get stacks. Oh, suddenly they have a lot of fucking buffs. Okay, let's see, what's the hmm. Hmm. Just gonna have to do my best then. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought it was going. There we go.
예측할 수 없게.
Okay, I was panicking for nothing. I thought that like everything was going wrong there. I'm glad there's more of people fighting with us in the story too. I adore that so much. Eight, one left.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
Gotta hit with the thorns, you know. Youch, youch, youch.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 두렵지 않습니다.
So far, we're doing pretty good. I can't offset that. That sucks.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
Draw the sword. Oh, we're almost to the stagger threshold. Yep. Red coins, man. Red coins.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대.
There's so many effects on her. I can't even see her expression.
우리에겐 풀릴 겁니다. 엑스사우 전투가 일어날 겁니다.
당신 짝패군요.
Bro, what the fuck? Who the they killed everybody?
그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
What the fuck?
손님을 맞이하는 동안은 기억하지 못하겠지만 이곳에서는 내 허락 없이 잠들 수 없어. 삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 참 기계처럼 대본에 적힌 대로 운명대로 성공하는 걸
Okay, that was some actual bullshit.
망치지도 않았어. 실패해도 괜찮아. 그게
Just fucking killed everybody. Okay, whatever, dude. Because fucking Kim was countering that.
의도는 모르겠지만
Oh my god.
공평해졌네.
What a stupid way to fucking lose.
예측할 수 없게. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Doing so good too. Fuck, man.
입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Oh, I'm trying not to let that bother me, but it bothers me so much.
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다. 도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해.
내가 안전하게
저
지켜줄
손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
Oh, I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Hey, you're blocking for no fucking reason. What about you? You're just not fast enough to actually hit that.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Oh, annoying. Okay. I don't really have much to say, honestly. Hopefully, this is, be honest, this has gone on for 3 hours, which I thought it was going to be done with this faster.
반드시 되찾을 거다.
굳이 직접 납득하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠. 대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다. 공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
There we go.
어디까지 가고 있을지. 여섯째.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
잘 보이는군. 내가 구해야 할 자가 누구인지.
세상 같지만 괜찮네. 제가 보여줄게. 예측할 수 없게.
앞으로 하나.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두.
Okay, so let me check the attack weight. Is this what she hit me with last time? I ain't trusting you, asshole. All right, negative coin. You do work with negative coins, right? I mean, honestly, I've never knew how to tell if a unit was a negative coin unit or not.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Really? Just a slap, bro? Garden of Thorns time, baby. Let's go.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대. 세피라들도 결국 내 편을 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Okay. This right here. Yeah. That's what got me last time, because I thought Kim had that shit. Kim ain't got shit, bro. Me. Yo, I'm so happy that I got the NPCs to help me. The NPCs getting their shit rocked every chance they get. Fucking offset that. Thank you.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Yo, get folded by the skill one. Ow. Ow.
격정한 마음을 모방하면서 제한 종료.
How are you not staggered?
고유한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이
Still, that much damage is insane.
다행이군요.
I know it's only that high because of how many people they were hitting, but fuck does that annoy me. Finally staggered.
정렬. 원색적으로.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대.
딸아이도 이 상처를
두렵지 않습니다.
기억하고
직원들이 우수한 환경에 있습니다.
있습니다.
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요. 예측할 수 없게.
Almost got him.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 두렵지 않습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
Fuck. There we go.
지령에 따라 참격.
There we go.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대.
He's not as powerful as I recall, yet Weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Barely. They appear evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade word is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away from a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of the Syndicate and the military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in the contest might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand dead. If that is what you want, I'll grant it. Good, let's finish this. This says Bamboo had a camera and getting ready for the final bout. Engdu left in between them. Engdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you'd rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can't stand shamelessly before watching eyes for the heaven. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the reality of my homeland, I served a master who chose the politics over loyalty and justice. I cut my very own fellows who chose to trust me, a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed you. The weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. I thought you were here to talk me into keeping on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it is time. What weakness of yours is it is test time that you would cast away your own creed in life. What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear the responsibility asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulder? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibility a mere tool has. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on, so that you may pay your debts. Out of blade, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of the blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Engdu were knocked away by bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking up to. It's the voice. But your last move was not one indeed. I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Force me into the indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As for you, as you say, we never know what the game next shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that words of my last remaining followers have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by the willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates. The armored woman M readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her. I saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced with a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. I suppose you'll be okay with that, of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat. It bore my friends along. In Bamboo Vale, we drift from shore to shore. With the wine, I don my hat to watch the bloom throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to the moon adore. So, with this bamboo hat, to veil my brow. Though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Yo!
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
The photographer rapidly fold away from reality. Photographs rapidly fold away from, perhaps because Kim has successfully managed to face his own past. Where the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty ragged clothes. The fathom of escort slowly lose grip on this world, and soon revealed the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets and their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and the man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captured beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest, a legendary fixer who can make a syndicate cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake, purchase experiences nailed in a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blinded. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experiences without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the thing I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, scowl on Mersault's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersault? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Huh? A figure materialized into humanoid form, swirling out a projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is, but an overlay of fathoms created within a distortions space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chinooks and Salpipriot, blah blah blah. The crime of exploiting and suffering of those downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms, and though it be but a part of a reenactment, impersonating the military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accursed is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Before we had a chance to step in or anything, a faint mirage-like warrior brought her blade down on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Jesus. Can an entity of the Fathom slay one outside of it? Such an instance has herefore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Gop is a woman of principles. She would have done the same until the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the ground, Young Gop's shape slowly faces out of reality, and we find ourselves back in the projecting room. And there, no way, don't tell me the headless corpse is. We found a large group of injured in-court staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was... Oh, oh, sorry, I thought I saw something. Ezra, who was looking down at the headless corpse of the docugrapher.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가? 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난...
Yeah, I need to BRB chat. All right, I'm back, chat. The subject. Yep, right. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Second our radio back, Ezra commended us with a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Would that be a cause of trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who could have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared for something to stop it, but well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success, since we managed to eradicate the distortion from InCorp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Angdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug. Clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to. Though it's all good. So it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my books. Wee. The point is, we're done. We did it. The point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear I am never doing one of those missions without team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after LCD juniors kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra that I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indulgences. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Hangdu, would you mind releasing the hem of my sleeves? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right now. The raw emotion of Kim's voice had likewise faded. And with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to a more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. Phew. You've given me a good, heart shake. I don't feel so good. Hey, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hand released, allow me to reiterate this. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Master. Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bone in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind it. Right now, I've already gotten used to the pain of rewinding this injury. Dislocated shoulder shouldn't be that big a deal. I ought to ask the clarification of that will. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the InCorp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who has violated the taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we came to blows, yet I find this to be the most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their location. Recording footage is taboo in InCorp, meaning that they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a constant record when tracking down a case or a person is by a photograph. Thine words hold water, yet, most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Result. Given how often I had to rely on information from Result had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice with how to phrase my questions the right way to pull the answer I needed from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment no matter what, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen, Result, do you remember how many pictures of us in Corp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of the times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get a chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, and who is it? Who is it? Who? Is it me? I make a fine model if you do so. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, well, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was that moment when I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under the boots approaching us. Louder and louder. What the heck? Incorp. Oh, dang it. Are you here? Here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here. We had to because the distortion, see? It is, as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limits Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters at your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you recommended. But we are here for a different reason, so if you would be so kind to let us speak. Different business. They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Result. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Result did not resist. He walked past and joined the Incorp employees. Please confirm that you are Result, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Mexican Sisyphe headquarters. Confirmed. By decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from Incorp with imprisonment as a penalty for non-compliance, pursuant to Article 12 of eviction regulations. You have also been informed that remaining in Incorp district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well, then. In keeping with regulations, I hereby notify that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know that this would have happened, Result? Result, who stood calmly, with arms behind his back as Incorp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less of a question, more of reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply. I don't know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody for this moment onward. You are considered a suspect and will be transported to Incorp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is part of? Organize your R's. What in the bloody hell do you think you're? Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize Incorp owing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city corporation entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the Incorp employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Result into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 needles. Result, now in handcuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Bro, there's no way they're just leaving it like that, right? There's no way they're not just leaving it like that, right? There's no way. They just left it like that. Fucking hell, dog. And I have to wait. To see. I don't want to do a wall perk after Mersault gets arrested. How am I supposed to relax and enjoy a wall perk when Mersault just got a what? Are we dead ass right now? Oh, brother. Oh, wait. I'll take that. Not what I wanted, but I'll take it. So, that's what he sounds like.
귀하들의 전투
동주 상구 같은 배를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠지. 물론 나 말고 앵두가.
모두
주원하기 영 어렵네. 우리는 추세에 몰려도 칼놀림을 멈춘 적이 없거든. 그게 살수의 본이었으니까.
물론 귀하들은 살 수가 아닌 귀하들이라면
스스로가 그런 앵두야.
Okay.
앵두야.
고대 12부서가 온다는군. 준비는 잘해줬으리라 믿네.
네. 전투 테스트 27가지를 포함한 100여 가지.
청소를 시작할 시간입니다.
모르는 사람은 없겠지만 다시 한번 소개 진심으로 환영합니다. 관리자님. 저는 진심으로 안녕.
기다려줘서 고마워. 혹시 존댓말을 생략했?
내게
뚝딱.
왔다. 또 희한한 일이 하나 들어와 있지야.
Bruh. Well, I'll do a mirror dungeon some other time. I'm all limbused out, bro. I am all limbused out. So I'm going to boot up Curse Forge. We're gonna play some Minecraft finally. Switch my just chatting while I get everything set up. Man, I don't really know what to think about that, but all I know is breaking Mersault out of jail simulator. That's gonna be the next one. I need to see if Flamey's awake. Need to make sure that the mod pack is on the version that it was last time. I'm going to go ahead and assume that it is. Okay, I'll be right back.